The committee will please come to order. A quorum is present. The committee meets today pursuant to notice to consider 6 bills. The chair announces that requests for recorded votes may be postponed pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rule 14B. Without objection, the chair may recess the committee at any point. Today, the committee will be marking up 6 important pieces of legislation that will provide certainty to Indian tribes, protect savers and retirees, encourage workplace safety, and clarify the status of direct sellers and real estate agents. H.R. 1723, the Tribal Labor Sovereignty Act, was introduced by Representative John Moolenaar. It makes clear that the National Labor Relations Act does not apply to Indian tribes or any enterprise or institution owned and operated by an Indian tribe on tribal land, restoring a standard that was in place for decades. H.R. 1723 safeguards the sovereignty of Indian tribes by clarifying that businesses on tribal lands are subject to Indian tribes and their tribal jurisdiction. The bill offers long-needed clarity for Native American governments and the enterprises they oversee. The bill will also help restore parity among tribes and state and local governments, providing the same autonomy to tribal governments as other recognized governments. H.R. 2958, the Balance the Scales Act, was introduced by Representative Michael Ruley. It amends the Employee Retirement Income Security Act to provide critical transparency to abusive practices that came to light under the Biden-Harris administration before offering advice, sharing information, or providing any form of assistance to a private attorney for use in an ERISA civil action. The Department of Labor must, under the bill, enter into a written agreement clearly defining the nature and extent of the adverse assistance. DOL must provide a copy of the agreement to any employer, plan sponsor, or fiduciary that may be adversely impacted. In addition, DOL must file an annual report with Congress detailing any adverse assistance agreements in effect for the prior fiscal year, with private party details redacted. H.R. 2869, the EBSA Investigations Transparency Act, was introduced by Representative Lisa McClain. It will enable the committee to exercise effective oversight on investigations by the Employee Benefits Security Administrator, restoring transportation and public confidence in the restoring transparency and public confidence in the agency's actions. Despite robust oversight efforts by the committee, the Biden-Harris administration refused to answer for its abusive power when DOL conducted overreaching, endless, and aimless investigations. This legislation will restore transparency by requiring DOL to submit an annual report to Congress on the status of open employee benefit plan investigations. In addition, if an investigation lags for more than 3 years, DOL must explain the delay and give an estimated date of conclusion. This report will not include information identifying any private party involved in the investigation. H.R. 2844, the Michael Enzi Voluntary Protection Program Act, was introduced by Representative Diana Harshbarger. The Voluntary Protection Program, VPP, recognize employers and workers who have effective safety and health management systems. VPP participants must maintain exceptional safety standards. As a result of their investments in the safety program, participants are exempt from Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, programmed inspections as long as they maintain their high safety levels. This bipartisan bill codifies the VPP that thousands of workers and job creators enjoy and requires OSHA to use at least 5% of its funds in a fiscal year to carry out the program. The next bill for consideration is H.R. 3495, the Direct Seller and Real Estate Agent Harmonization Act, which was introduced by Representative Kevin Kiley. In 1982, the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act updated the Internal Revenue Code to make clear that direct sellers and qualified real estate agents are independent contractors. For 43 years, direct sellers and real estate agents have operated as independent contractors and received the tax treatment to match. But the Fair Labor Standards Act has failed to reflect this reality. H.R. 3495 fixes this gap by applying the well-established tax code framework to the FLSA, ensuring these workers finally receive the clarity and certainty they deserve. Finally, we'll consider H.R. 5169, the Retire Through Ownership Act, which was introduced by Rick Allen, chairman of the Subcommittee on Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions. This bill helps savers and retirees who hold assets in employee stock ownership plans, or ESOPs. ESOPs have been seeking evaluation guidance for over 50 years for employer stock that is purchased by their plans. H.R. 5169 points to tried and true Internal Revenue Service guidelines for valuing employer stock. It also provides that ESOP fiduciaries can rely on good faith and on evaluation provided by an independent valuation expert or business appraiser who relies on the IRS's guidelines for valuing stock. With that, I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the most recent data on inflation, unemployment, and jobs show that Americans are struggling as a result of this administration's reckless policies and priorities. As such, I would have hoped that the majority would try to advance common sense, evidence-based initiatives to improve workers' lives and strengthen the economy. Instead, we're here today on bills we're considering to tilt the scales in favor of corporate interests at the expense of workers. Committee Republicans also failed to hold legislative hearings on some of these bills, and some today's markup represents just a missed opportunity. The first bill we're considering is the Tribal Labor Sovereignty Act, H.R. 1723, which would strip hundreds of thousands of workers employed by Indian-owned enterprises such as casinos, hotels, and mines of their rights under the National Labor Relations Act. At the heart of this issue are two important and deeply rooted principles: the sovereign rights of Native American tribes and the rights of workers to organize, speak up, and collectively bargain. Rather than seeking a fair and balanced approach to honor both, which the National Labor Relations Board's current standard already accomplishes, this bill simply eliminates the NLRA protections for all workers. Also, the committee's failure to have a hearing on this issue has robbed our new members of the opportunity to fully discuss and deliberate on the impact of this regressive legislation. We can and must do better than force a false choice between sovereignty of tribes and worker rights. For these reasons, I oppose the bill. Next, we'll consider the Balance the Scales Act, H.R. 2958, which would amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, ERISA, to severely limit the Employee Benefits Security Administration's, EBSA, ability to communicate with attorneys representing workers or retirees in any matters brought under ERISA. There is no similar limitation with respect to attorneys representing corporations. So in essence, the bill would put a thumb on the scales and disadvantage those workers and retirees who are seeking justice. For that reason, I oppose the bill. Third bill notice for today's markup is the EMSA Investigations Transparency Act, H.R. 2869. The bill requires EBSA to complete an extraneous report focusing on the length of its investigations. The bill's supporters argue that EBSA's investigations are simply too long, but this completely ignores the reality that in some cases, the reality in which these investigations take place. Mr. Chairman, it must be noted that while some investigations may take a lot of time, the consistent underfunding of EBSA and the steady decline of full-time employees undermine its ability to protect workers and families who rely on the agency to protect their hard-earned health and retirement benefits. Further, many investigations are long because they are complex. Spending sufficient time analyzing the facts and circumstances of the case during an investigation is not only justified, but is required by law. Justice cannot always be expedited, and this bill is not in the best interest of workers, retirees, and their families, and so I will oppose that bill too. I support transparency and accountability on behalf of working families, but these two EPSA bills do not accomplish that goal. The best way to increase transparency and accountability is to ensure that EPSA has the funding and personnel it needs to fulfill its statutory mission. The fourth bill we'll consider is the Michael Lindsay Voluntary Protection Program Act, H.R. 2844, which would expand a program that exempts certain employers from routine safety inspections. But voluntary programs can't replace clear, enforceable standards. In 2023 alone, over 140,000 workers died from workplace hazards. OSHA must stay focused on protecting workers, and worker safety cannot be optional. We cannot exchange proven enforcement for voluntary promises, and so I'll oppose that bill. Fifth bill under consideration is titled the Direct Seller and Real Estate Agent Harmonization Act, H.R. 3495, which attempts to legislate a complex and evolving workforce sector. Yet no committee hearing has occurred on this Congress or in previous Congresses to clearly show that the application of the Fair Labor Standards Act has disrupted the real estate, direct sales, or news delivery industries. In fact, FLSA already includes an outside sales exemption from the minimum wage and overtime requirements. So even in the highly unlikely instance that a real estate agent or direct seller was treated as an employee, the commission-based pay practices would still be allowed. However, this does not seem possible. It does not seem possible that other workers, such as those at, however, it does seem possible that other workers, such as those at call centers, might be inadvertently swept up in this legislation and lose their rights to decent pay and safe working conditions. This bill weakens labor protections and invites serious unintended consequences, and for those reasons, I urge opposition. Final bill we'll consider is the Retire Through Ownership Act, H.R. 5169. My fellow Virginian, Senator Tim Kaine, leads the bill in the Senate with Senator Marshall. This measure would amend ERISA to permit an employee stock ownership plan, or ESOP, to rely in good faith on an independent valuation of its employer's stock if that valuation relies on certain long-standing IRS guidelines. And that's reasonable, and so I'll support that bill. Lastly, I'd like to extend my condolences to all of the families and communities affected by senseless gun violence, a public health crisis that has been experienced in schools and universities, workplaces, movies, supermarkets, and even houses of worship. According to Mass Shooting Tracker, since January 2025, there have been 361 mass shootings, meaning gun violence that involves 4 or more people being shot. For that reason, the reason I have to cite the Mass Shooting Tracker is that not a single federal agency collects and analyzes mass shootings. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm again requesting that Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr., appear before this committee, which has broad jurisdiction over many programs that directly impact mental health and public health. We must have the chance to speak to the Secretary about the department's annual budget, especially since he has proposed eliminating many mental health programs, including the total dissolution of the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield to you for an update on the timing of that hearing that we've been asking for a long time.
I thank the gentleman for the question. We will take it under advisement, and our consideration will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge the chairman to move quickly on scheduling that important hearing, and with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I certainly share the sentiments about the senseless violence that has gone on that reaches to the pits of our stomach, and what we've seen recently and over the course of extended period of time as well. And that's where education is important, that promotes morality, decency, and knowledge. And I'm glad to be a partner with you on this committee for those purposes. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written open statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. Pursuant to the House rules, a copy of the text to be marked up was made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. The bills being marked up today shall be open to amendment at any point, and the chair will allow members to offer amendments in a manner not prohibited by House or committee rules. Without objection, members who have more than one amendment to the bills and wish to offer their amendments en bloc may do so. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 1723 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1723, a bill to clarify the rights of Indians and Indian tribes on Indian lands under the National Labor Relations Act.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Representative Messmer, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1723, offered by Mr. Messmer of Indiana, identifier H.R. 1723_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Mr. Messmer for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For decades, the National Labor Relations Board deferred to the sovereignty of tribal government authorities to set labor regulations law affecting tribal employees. Tribal-owned and operated entities located on tribal lands were treated like state and local government workforces, free to determine their own labor management relation policies and exempt from the coverage of the National Labor Relations Act. Since 2004, when the NLRB reversed its own precedent, the board has utilized a case-by-case and multi-factor test to make these determinations, undermining tribal sovereignty and jeopardizing the revenues and jobs that tribal-owned enterprises generate. Tribal-owned entities are often the largest employers on tribal lands and the only funding stream for essential services. Tribal governments have a critical right to determine their own labor relations on their lands. The unfairness of this area of law is wrong, and only Congress can fix it. We must amend the NLRA to respect the autonomy and sovereignty of tribal governments in determining their own labor relations on their own territory. That is why I'm proud to speak in support of H.R. 1723, the Tribal Labor Sovereignty Act, which restores tribal autonomy and sovereignty by creating critical exemptions for Indian tribes from coverage of the NLRA. It's time to clean up this mess and honor our commitment to Indian tribes and their property. I thank Representative Molinar for his leadership on this important bill, and I urge adoption of the amendment in nature of a substitute, which makes a technical change to the bill. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. Adams, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak on the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1723, the so-called Tribal Labor Sovereignty Act, because this bill claims to support the rights of indigenous people, but in reality, it's just another Republican giveaway to wealthy bosses at the expense of workers. All people, regardless of where they work or who they work for, deserve the right to form a union and to collectively bargain with their employers for better wages and benefits. And while I respect the need for tribal self-governance, this bill takes the wrong approach. Instead of working to expand the rights of workers at tribal businesses, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle decided to attack their right to form a union. Thousands of workers risked their lives and many died in the struggle to achieve federal recognition of labor unions and to protect their fellow workers from the inhumane working conditions of the early 20th century. This misguided legislation would take that right from hundreds of thousands of workers. Of all of the federal laws that apply to tribal businesses, Republicans in this committee are focused on the National Labor Relations Act. The question we need to ask ourselves is why? Why are we taking rights from employees of tribal enterprises at a time when over 1/5 of working-age American Indians live in poverty? And why are we taking legal recourse away from employees of tribal enterprises who are sexually assaulted at work? And why do Republicans on this committee believe that the best way to liberate tribes is to crush workers? And I think I know why. Because this bill is part of a broader Republican agenda, an agenda that tips the scales in favor of bosses and disregards the well-being of all working-class people, including working-class American Indians. This piece of legislation has nothing to do with tribal sovereignty. It exploits the condition of American Indians to justify its anti-worker agenda. And I'm not going to have anything to do with that. Mr. Chair, I do want to enter into the record letters from the AFL-CIO, United Auto Workers, and Steel Workers. We can enter that into the record, sir?
Without objection.
Thank you.
Hearing none, they'll be entered.
Thank you, thank you. And so I just want to urge all of my colleagues to oppose this cruel bill. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott, seek recognition?
Chairman, I yield, move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, throughout my public service, I've been deeply committed to respecting tribal sovereignty and maintaining government-to-government relations with Native American tribes, as well as protecting American workers and enforcing federal labor laws. Unfortunately, today, the committee Republicans are pitting the two solemn and deeply rooted principles against each other. The first is the right of Indian tribes as distinct independent political communities. The second is the right of workers to organize a union and collectively bargain for better working conditions. Rather than seeking a fair and balanced approach to tribal sovereignty and workers' rights, this bill simply eliminates workers' rights and protections. This bill would strip hundreds of thousands of workers employed at any enterprise owned and operated by an Indian tribe and located on tribal lands, including casinos, mines, hotels, and construction companies, of their rights to organize and engage in concerted activity and bargain collectively under the National Labor Relations Act. And I'd note, Mr. Chairman, that these are not all tribal members of tribes. In some of these businesses, 75% of the workers are not members of the tribe. This bill would overturn the National Labor Relations Board's current San Manuel standard, which was issued under a Republican president and established an even-handed approach to balance tribal sovereignty while ensuring workers' rights to organize and collectively bargain and protect that right. The board's common sense approach relied on long-standing legal precedents regarding when and how federal laws of general application will apply to Indian tribes. These precedents set forth ground rules that require the federal government to withhold jurisdiction if the law interferes with tribal rights of self-governments in purely intramural matters, abrogates rights guaranteed by treaty, or is contrary to congressional intent where Congress indicated that a law should not apply to Indian tribes. The NLRB went a step further to create a fourth exception where there are policy reasons not to assert jurisdiction given the unique circumstances of the tribal enterprise and the impact of asserting NLRB jurisdiction in that case. The board's San Manuel standard has been tested multiple times and been upheld in every court that considered its framework, and furthermore, the Supreme Court has previously declined to review two challenges from Michigan tribal casinos. An argument made regarding this unique issue is that tribes should have parity with state and local governments, which are exempted from the NLRA. However, matters involving tribal self-governance are already exempted from coverage under the San Manuel decision. Courts have distinguished between intramural government matters and tribal casinos, which are commercial enterprises serving predominantly non-tribal clients and hiring predominantly non-tribal members to operate them. Additionally, the claim that tribes should be treated the same as state or local governments is somewhat selective, as Title VII of the Civil Rights Act applies to state and local governments, but Title VII exempts tribes. Some interests have been working diligently to weaken the right of workers to band together and bargain for a better life, as evidenced by the Republican agenda for decades. Instead of making a good faith effort to weigh the principle of tribal sovereignty against workers' rights to organize and collectively bargain, this bill would be one of the most significant rollbacks of worker rights in nearly 80 years, impacting hundreds of thousands of workers. We ought to be focused on balancing the two important principles impacted by the bill, but not simply stripping workers of their rights to secure better wages and benefits. And for those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized to further discuss this amendment? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1723. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No?
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We will now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 2958 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 2958, a bill to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to require that the Employee Benefit Security Administration submit an annual report to Congress on adverse interest agreements and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Representative Rulli, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2958, offered by Mr. Rulli of Ohio, identifier H.R. 2958_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purpose of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Mr. Rulli for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, H.R. 2958, the Balance the Scales Act, amends ERISA to require that before DOL provides the adverse assistance to plaintiffs' attorneys, DOL must enter a written agreement showing what kind of assistance it will provide. DOL must also give a copy of the agreement to any employer, plan sponsor, or fiduciary that may be negatively affected by the assistance. Also, DOL must file an annual report with Congress disclosing all adverse assistance agreement in the last fiscal year. Mr. Chairman, when I learned that DOL had gathered information during an employee benefit plan investigation and secretly shared it with the class action plaintiff's attorney, I was completely appalled. That kind of misguided information sharing was government abuse at its absolute worst. DOL's actions have also been strongly condemned by plan sponsors and their service providers. H.R. 2958 has strong support from industry leaders, including the American Benefits Council, the ERISA Industry Committee, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and ESOP associations, and also many more. It's time to restore transparency and accountability to the DOL's operations. This is just simply basic good government. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment, which takes technical changes to the bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw.
You mean yield back?
Yield back, sir.
Okay.
I don't want you to withdraw.
No, I don't want to do that either, sir.
I'll always protect that. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? I recognize the ranking member for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, under the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, ERISA, the Secretary of Labor is permitted to share information obtained during an investigation with any person affected by any matter which is the subject of an investigation. Using this authority, the department has, in a small number of cases, entered into what's called a common interest agreement with certain parties into litigation in which there is a shared interest in furthering department's mission of advancing the interests of workers. So let me be clear, these agreements are rare. In fact, in response to the Freedom of Information Act request covering a 15-year span, 2009 to 2024, and more than 31,000 investigations, Employee Benefits Security Administration, or EBSA, reported that they were only able to identify less than 4 common interest agreements for every 10,000 investigations. However, last fall, after finding that EMSA had been sharing information with plaintiffs' counsel pursuant to a common interest agreement, committee Republicans complained that these rare and legally permissible agreements are unfair to employers who are subject to investigations. Then chair of the committee, Dr. Fox, asked the Department of Labor's Office of Inspector General to investigate the common interest agreements. Then in January, Mr. Chairman, you renewed that request. In June, the Inspector General confirmed that they are in fact looking into common interest agreements. Instead of waiting for the results of the IG's audit that they requested, the committee Republicans are now rushing to judgment in advancing H.R. 2958, the Balance of Scales Act. This bill amends ERISA to severely limit EBSA's ability to communicate with attorneys representing workers. It requires EBSA to enter into a formal written agreement with workers' attorneys and provide copies of such agreement to corporate attorneys. The bill would also require the department to provide an annual report to Congress logging all instances in which they provide any assistance to attorneys representing workers. But let's be clear, this so-called transparency only goes one way. The bill does not include the same limitations and restrictions and requirements on those attorneys representing corporations. The bill also explicitly shields the identity of the employers, plan sponsors, or service providers, such as health insurance companies, who may have violated ERISA in the required annual report to Congress. So quite simply, H.R. 2958 is a bonanza for the defense bar and stacks the deck against workers who have been harmed. So I urge committee to reject the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Are there any members who would like to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2958. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We'll now move on to consider the next bill, 2844.
Excuse me, 2844. Okay.
McLean is in here.
Okay.
The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill, H.R. 2844, for amendment. The bill is circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 2844, a bill to authorize the Department of Labor's Voluntary Protection Program.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for the amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Ms. McKenzie, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2844, offered by Mr. McKenzie of Pennsylvania, identifier VPPA_01.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered original text for purposes of future amendment. The amendment is in the nature of a substitute, has already been distributed. I now recognize Mr. McKenzie for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Every member of this committee wants to create policies that prevent and reduce workplace injuries and illnesses, ensuring workers safely return home and to their families. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration, also known as OSHA, and its partners work to provide millions of Americans with the tools they need to do just that. However, rapidly changing workplaces demand that OSHA be innovative and adaptable in order to meet our shared goal of safer workplaces. Strengthening programs like the agency's Voluntary Protection Program, or VPP, is a clear solution. The success of VPP lies in the collaborative voluntary model. The VPP encourages employers to take ownership of their safety culture, fostering engagement and cooperation among workers and management. This partnership model encourages the sharing of best practices and innovative solutions tailored to specific workplace challenges. As a result, this innovative approach empowers employees and employers to create safer environments, ultimately saving lives and reducing life-changing injuries. Unfortunately, it's a discretionary program. The VPP is constantly under threat of having its reach and effectiveness diminished, and VPP participants are at risk of losing this critical resource without warning. That's why I feel it's so important to speak in support of H.R. 2844, the Michael Enzi Voluntary Protection Program Act, which dedicates at least 5% of OSHA's annual budget to fund the VPP. This bill represents a critical step forward in our commitment to workplace safety by codifying the VPP into law. H.R. 2844 commits to transforming workplace safety through innovation, collaboration, and shared responsibility, and by embracing the principles of VPP, we not only reduce workplace injuries, but also promote a culture where safety and productivity go hand in hand. I want to thank Representative Harshberger for her leadership on this bipartisan bill, and I urge adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, which makes a technical change to the bill. With that, I yield back.
Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in nature of a substitute? I recognize Ms. McBeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to speak in opposition to the amendment in the nature of the substitute.
You're recognized.
Thank you. The Voluntary Protection Program at OSHA is an important program. We definitely all recognize that. There is a value in recognizing good faith employers who go out of their way to establish best practices to keep workers safe. We should be encouraging more cooperation between employers and OSHA to ensure that workers are kept safe on the job. But unfortunately, this bill, I believe, would make major changes to the underlying program. Major negative changes that put employers at risk and make it more likely for Americans to get sick, get seriously hurt, or maybe even killed on the job. As written, this bill provides no new funding to keep people safe at work, but mandates that 5% of OSHA's already limited budget go to recognizing employers who are already doing a good job of protecting their employees.
This bill redirects funding away from insuring employers who unfortunately do put their workers in harm's way are held accountable. It redirects that money to a program that recognizes companies for voluntarily doing the right thing when these limited dollars should really be going to where there is the most need for oversight, not where there is the least. Earlier this Congress, during Secretary Chavez DeRemer's testimony to this committee, I shared a story about a Georgia-based contractor employing a 17-year-old to be a roofer, which is illegal under the Fair Labor Standards Act. He unfortunately fell about 25 feet from a store rooftop and was airlifted to a local hospital. Thank God he did recover without serious injury, but he could have very well died, or it could have ended up differently. As some members of this committee may know, my son Jordan was unfortunately taken from me when he was only 17 years old. So I know the pain of losing your child, and I miss him every single day. And Jordan was the same age as the young man that I just spoke about. It would be an unavoidable tragedy for any family to have to go through what mine has, because OSHA didn't have the staff, the time, or the resources to monitor the most dangerous work sites, because they were spending time and money recognizing employers who were already working to keep their employees safe. When victims ask why it takes so long to get justice, they don't want to hear excuses. I've been there. They don't want to be told that preventing what happened to their friend or their loved one is simply not a priority of their government. They want this to be taken seriously. They want their mom or their dad or their sister or brother to come home safely every single day. And this bill is far less likely to make that happen. So I encourage all of my colleagues to vote no on reporting the bill, and I yield.
Are there any other members who wish to be recognized? There being Ms. Scott. I'm sorry.
Thank you, and move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill probably makes some parts of this program even worse. OSHA's Voluntary Protection Program, or the VPP, is a legacy of the Reagan administration. It was created by the agency using its broad authority under the law to develop programs for encouraging employers to provide safe workplaces. VPP isn't an enforcement program. It doesn't set standards. Instead, it recognizes supposedly model employers. These employers, which are overwhelmingly large multinational companies, basically benefit from free compliance audits with very extensive audits provided at no cost. Because these are supposed to be model employers, they're exempted from OSHA's inspection programs for high priority hazards. But we know that over the years, workers have been hurt and even killed in these supposedly model workplaces. Despite more than 40 years of investment in this program, VPP is still unproven. It's not clear whether the workplaces are any safer than they would be without it. So rather than pass this bill, it'd be nice to do a study to see what parts of VPP work and which parts may need attention. But this bill would create a new permanent compliance program loosely based on the current VPP, but without the modest safeguards built into current policies. There's nothing in this bill to guarantee, for example, that workers have a seat at the table, the way they have under current VPP policies. But worse than that is a dangerous provision in the bill that forbids OSHA compliance assistant staff from referring violations to OSHA's enforcement branch if they spot serious issues during on-site visits. Under this bill, a participating employer would theoretically be required to fix violations within 90 days, or much later than that if a 90-day deadline is not deemed feasible. But there's no actual consequence in the bill if the employer fails to correct the hazard. Even if we look past the risk to workers' lives, this program is at best an unaffordable luxury. OSHA's primary job should be setting strong standards and enforcing them effectively, but OSHA has been starved for resources for days. In 1982, OSHA had just enough capacity to be able to reach every workplace in its jurisdiction once every 84 years. But under the budget fiscal 2026, instead of once every 84 years, it'll take OSHA once every 266 years to visit every workplace. We need OSHA to get back into the business of actually protecting workers, especially from hazards such as heat stress, workplace violence, toxic chemicals, and not giving corporations a get out of jail free card for putting their workers at risk. We need to fully fund OSHA so it can do its job. And so for this reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill. We should do a study. There are good parts of the VPP program, but this legislation is not the answer.
Are there any other members who wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Next bill.
Oh, sorry.
There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment.
Chairman, the United sent the letters from the AFL-CIO and the United Steelworkers be introduced into the record in opposition to the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you.
There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment and
Just, you still need to ask that question. Are there any members who...
Oh, I'm sorry. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2844. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in nature of substitute is agreed to. We will now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 2869 for amendment. Excuse me. The bill is circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 2869, a bill to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to require that the Employee Benefit Security Administration make an annual report to Congress on investigations.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Chairwoman McLean, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I now, the clerk shall designate the amendment.
The clerk.
I just said that. I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2869, offered by Ms. McLean of Michigan, identifier H.R. 2869_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purpose of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Chairwoman McLean for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 2869, the Employee Benefits Securities Administration Investigation Transparency Act, will restore sunshine to EBSA's investigation practices and give Congress an important oversight tool as it was always meant to have. When Congress enacted the Employment Retirement Income Security Act, the statute gave the Department of Labor very broad and virtually unfettered authority to investigate benefit plans. For that reason, the original statute provided that the Labor Department must submit an annual report to Congress on cases and enforcement status. This reporting requirement was intended to ensure that Congress has regular insight into EBSA's enforcement docket and the timeliness of its case resolutions. However, the Federal Reports Elimination and Sunset Act of 1995 terminated this report in 2000. Since that time, EBSA has not been statutorily required to report to Congress on its open investigations or enforcement backlogs. Over many years, employee benefit plan sponsors and stakeholders have voiced increasing frustration with EBSA's investigatory practices. They report that EBSA often fails to conduct investigations in a timely manner, creating unacceptable burdens on employers and undermining plan participant confidence. The Subcommittee on Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions heard at a hearing that some plan sponsors do not even know when or if their investigations have ended. H.R. 2869 is supported by the Society of Professional Asset Managers and Record Keepers, business groups on health, and the American Benefit Council, ESOP Association, ERISA Industry Committee, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. It is time to restore transparency and accountability. It is time to hand back the tools of ERISA that ERISA intended to this committee in order to have conducted effective oversight of EBSA's broad investigatory power. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, which makes technical changes to the underlying bill and support EBSA's Investigation Transparency Act. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment and the nature of a substitute? Representative Scott, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Chair moves to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the Department of Labor's Employee Benefits Security Administration, or EBSA, protects workers' health and retirement benefits. EBSA oversees approximately 800,000 private retirement plans, 2.6 million health plans, and other plans collectively covering about 150 million people. Many laws are within EBSA's jurisdiction, and several others have been added in recent years. Yet, despite EBSA's critical mission and growing responsibilities, its funding and staffing have not kept pace. EBSA has been flat funded for many years, and the Trump administration's fiscal 2026 budget only makes things worse by requesting $10 million less than last year's level. Last week, the Appropriations Committee Republicans regrettably followed the Trump administration's lead and cut funding for EBSA by $10 million in its fiscal 2026 labor age spending bill. And now the Republicans are now effectively proposing a further cut in their continuing resolution released yesterday. CR fails to extend the funding for the department to enforce the bipartisan No Surprises Act, which would be a giveaway to insurance companies that will threaten patients who are supposedly to be protected from surprise medical bills. Insufficient funding has resulted in steady declines in full-time employees at EBSA. A decade ago, EBSA's budget supported over 1,000 employees. This recent budget would support just over 640. Last year, then Assistant Secretary of EBSA appeared before our Health Subcommittee and testified that EBSA has less than one investigator for every 13,900 ERISA-covered health, retirement, or other benefit plans. Let me say that again. One investigator for over 13,000 plans under their purview. This will get even worse if the cuts become law. Against this backdrop, we're considering H.R. 2869, the so-called EBSA Investigations Transparency Act. The bill requires EBSA to produce a report that is largely focused on the duration of EBSA's investigations. Such a report fails to provide a complete picture of the agency's enforcement activities, nor does the bill authorize the bill does not authorize any additional funding for EBSA to complete such a report. As my colleagues know, investigations, particularly large and complex cases, can take time to complete, particularly in the context of EBSA's staff and resource constraints. We agree that investigations should proceed as quickly as possible, but EBSA should not be prematurely closing cases before documents have been obtained or violations properly investigated. It's my understanding that EBSA already imposes timeliness measures on its staff and monitors progress on an ongoing basis. November 2023, in response to an oversight request from this committee, EBSA wrote that only 3% of its cases are open for more than 48 hours. We're in a state of ongoing investigation. only 3% of its cases open for more than 48 months were in a state of ongoing investigation. Democrats are committed to ensuring that workers get their benefits, period. When my colleagues are truly concerned about EPSA's investigations taking too long, it seems the best way to address that would be to increase its funding, resources, and personnel so it could effectively fulfill its mission. What does not help is saddling EPSA with an additional administrative burden of producing one-dimensional reports without even authorizing additional funds to help them do it. So I oppose this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oregon seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the amendment in nature of a substitute.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to align myself with the comments of Ranking Member Scott. All of us on this committee understand that ERISA is complicated, but we also understand the importance of EPSA when there is a challenge. I'm concerned, as Ranking Member Scott said, about investigations that may be large or complex that take time to fulfill. If there's a number of witnesses, volume of evidence, all of those things take time and resources. And as we know, the appropriations have not kept pace over the years, and unfortunately, the Trump administration's fiscal year 26 request goes even further in the wrong direction by proposing to cut $10 million from EPSA's base appropriations, in addition to cutting staff. And that's the wrong direction. Again, we all want the investigations to be robust and complete, but when they're complex, it takes time. Also, one more point is that this bill tends to focus primarily on the duration of the investigation, which is an inappropriate focus because, again, if an investigation is complex or there are a lot of witnesses or just the complications of ERISA, it could take longer. So, although we all agree that EPSA has an important role to play, this bill does not improve that, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2869. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, the aye has it.
Well, I'm a little split in personality today. Appreciate your indulgence. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of substitute is agreed to. We'll now move on to consider the next bill. H.R. 3495. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 3495 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance, and printed copies are available. The clerk will now designate the bill.
H.R. 3495, a bill to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to clarify the definition of employee as it relates to direct sellers and real estate agents and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize myself to speak, offer an amendment in nature of a substitute. I have amendment at the desk. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3495, offered by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan, identifier H.R. 3495_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize myself. For decades, independent contractors performing work as direct sellers and real estate agents have enjoyed the tax benefits of being in business for themselves. Yet, as we've seen before in this committee, the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, has not kept up with this reality. In order to ensure that direct sellers and real estate professionals continue to be classified as independent contractors, Congress needs to make the simple fix contained in H.R. 3495, the Direct Seller and Real Estate Agent Harmonization Act. This legislation specifies that entrepreneurs performing work as direct sellers and qualified real estate agents are not employees and are thus permitted to continue to operate independently. This change will provide our independent workers with more certainty and clarity, which they can use to grow their businesses, a win for local communities and America's economy. The National Association of Realtors estimated that real estate agents' economic footprint totals a whopping 18% of our country's gross domestic product. Direct sellers contribute another $111 billion in annual economic impact to the U.S. economy. We need to empower the millions of independent contractors performing this work that generates so much economic activity. That starts with updating the FLSA's woefully outdated provisions to reflect the American workforce in 2025. The amendment in the nature of a substitute I am offering today makes a technical change to the legislation, which is common sense, pro-worker, and pro-business. I urge all members to support this important effort, and I yield back. Are there any other members who wish to speak on this amendment in nature of a substitute? I recognize a gentlelady from Atlanta, Georgia, for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really believe that this bill is searching for a problem that just simply doesn't exist. There is no threat to the real estate business model by the Fair Labor Standards Act. This is the first time that this issue has ever been brought before this committee, and I don't believe real estate agents or direct sellers have ever been discussed when we've been talking about worker classification. We've not had a hearing on this issue in Congress, and I don't believe that this committee has ever had a hearing or even discussed real estate agents or direct sellers when we're talking about this issue. Unfortunately, this, I believe, is just another attempt by the majority to scare hardworking Americans, specifically our realtors and other direct sellers who will be caught up in this bill into signing the rights away under the guise of protection. They're using the idea that your job is at risk when it really isn't, because it simply scares people. They know that it scares people, and they do it anyway to push an agenda that is good for them, but bad for everyday Americans. It scares people into making decisions that they normally wouldn't in order to save something that they never, ever were ever going to lose in the first place. That tactic is used in this committee time and time again, and I believe it's being used again here today with this bill. I hear from my younger constituents in my district all the time about how they don't ever expect they're going to be able to afford to own their own home. And the idea of being able to save enough for a down payment on a house in any major city or suburb is something that has become completely out of reach for people who aren't wealthy, which that should disturb everyone in this committee, everyone in this room. When the dream of owning your own home is slipping further out of reach for just everyday people, when so many people do everything right, they play by the rules, and they have absolutely nothing to show for it, we should be spending this time discussing legislation that will ensure that every American can spend less of their money on college for their children, prescription drugs, and child care so that they can put that money towards their very first home. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote no on this measure, and I yield.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there any others who wish to speak on this? I recognize the gentleman from New York to speak on this amendment in nature of a substitute to Mr. Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. I support the individuals working as direct sellers and real estate agents. These are professionals who help facilitate home ownership and job creation in our communities. Many of them value the flexibility that comes with being an independent contractor. And under both the Internal Revenue Code and current labor standards, that is almost always how they are treated. This bill would not meaningfully change the day-to-day reality for these workers. What it would do is carve out entire occupations from the Fair Labor Standards Act categorically and permanently. That kind of exception risks weakening one of our bedrock labor laws. Unfortunately, this proposal is not an isolated one. We've seen this pattern before, chipping away at federal labor laws piece by piece until fewer and fewer workers enjoy the protections that were put in place to ensure fair treatment, decent wages, and a level playing field. I disagree with this approach. Instead of spending our time tampering with definitions and labor law, we should be focusing on the larger issues and ensuring that all workers, no matter their industry or classification, have the tools and safeguards they need to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any others who seek to be recognized to speak? I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to second the last word. And, Mr. Chairman, this is the first bill to carve out real estate agents. This bill will carve out real estate agents, direct sellers, and newspaper delivery persons from the Fair Labor Standards Act. We're considering this bill without the benefit of any hearings to not to delve into the issues of these industries, any problems they may be experiencing under the FLSA, and indeed whether there are any problems that require a legislative remedy or any notice of unintended consequences that this bill could create. Now, we've heard multiple hearings that there is a broad war on independent contractors, but contrary to those claims, there's never been a war against independent contractors. Just to restate the obvious, the economics realities test on the Fair Labor Standards Act was in place for decades without disruption until the first Trump administration issued a rule to radically rewrite it and make it easier for companies to misclassify workers as independent contractors, taking away their rights to decent working conditions and fair pay. The Biden administration did nothing more in its independent contractor rule than to reinstate the test that had been in place for decades. But this bill would undermine the independence of many people who now work in sales and real estate. There are many people who have enjoyed independent work as real estate agents and direct sellers, working at their own pace and living off the commissions they've earned. But if this bill passes, all bets are off. Real estate agents are required under state laws to affiliate with real estate brokers who must ensure legal compliance with state laws for property sales. But if real estate agents are categorically excluded from ever being considered employees under the LFSA, the brokers, who already sit in powerful positions, would be able to require agents to surrender all independence by requiring them to report to an office, work set hours, and meet pretty much any other employment requirement that the broker sets. The broker would then be able to exercise the same amount of control that any employer has, but without having to worry about any employment laws. Keep in mind that the FLSA already accommodates real estate industry's pay practices, even if real estate broker was deemed an employer. The FLSA already allows for commission-based pay by excluding the industry from the minimum wage and overtime rules. But if this bill passes, agencies could lose their independence as well as rights to family and medical leave or any other rights that they may have. The same is true for direct sellers and newspaper delivery. There are real problems that we could spend our time to address, like wage theft and misclassification, which rob workers of hundreds of millions of dollars they've rightly earned. America's workers need this committee to get back to work on their behalf, not wealthy corporate special interests. And for these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized? I recognize the gentlelady from Oregon
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to align myself with the comments made by my colleagues, Mr. Mannion, Ms. McBath, and Ranking Member Scott. When I look at a piece of legislation or an issue here in Congress, I always ask, what's the problem we're trying to solve? We haven't had a hearing on this bill, and I'm not hearing, of course, real estate agents and direct sellers have an important role and for our communities and our economy. But we haven't had a hearing. We have not established there's a problem here to solve. It looks like an attempt to take rights away from people when there isn't really a problem. And so I urge us to defeat this. If we want to have a hearing on it so we can establish that there's a problem to solve, we could do that. But at this point, I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there any other members who wish to speak on this amendment in the nature of substitute?
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
ask unanimous consent that a letter from the National Employment Lawyers Association in opposition to H.R. 3495 be entered into the record.
Without objection, and hearing none, they'll be entered. Any further members wish to speak on this amendment in the nature of a substitute? Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3495. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We'll now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 5169 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5169, a bill to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to provide a clear definition of adequate consideration for certain closely held stock and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Allen, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5169 offered by Mr. Allen of Georgia, identifier H.R. 5169_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Mr. Allen for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 5169, the Retire Through Ownership Act, provides valuation guidelines to employee stock ownership plans, or better known as ESOPs. An ESOP is a retirement plan designed to invest primarily in employer stock. ESOPs build wealth for employees to retire and also give employees an ownership stake in their employer. For more than 50 years, ever since the enactment of ERISA, ESOP fiduciaries have been waiting for guidance on how to value the employer stock that their plans purchase. The Department of Labor has never published definitive guidance. Instead, DOL began a national enforcement project targeting ESOPs. Rather than tell the ESOP community how to value the stock, DOL used legal actions and settlements to guide ESOP stock purchases in a practice stakeholders call regulation by litigation. The Retirement Through Ownership Act uses Internal Revenue Service guidelines, which are tried and true guidelines issued under Revenue Ruling 59-60, including companion rulings issued by the Internal Revenue Service from time to time. The bill also provides that an ESOP fiduciary may rely in good faith on a valuation provided by an independent evaluator or appraiser that is based on these IRS guidelines. The Retire Through Ownership Act will bring an end to the uncertainty that ESOPs have experienced over 50 years. By doing so, the bill encourages the establishment and maintenance of more ESOPs. In July, a companion to H.R. 5169 was unanimously approved by the Senate Committee on the Health, Education, and Labor and Pensions. The amendment, in the nature of a substitute that I am offering, includes changes to make H.R. 5169 more closely match language requested by Senate Democrats, which were incorporated in the Senate companion bill. I included these changes in the A&S in a bipartisan spirit, and I look forward to bipartisan support for this bill today. The A&S makes 3 changes to H.R. 5169. It clarifies that the Secretary of Labor may issue regulations on this legislation. It clarifies that the bill does not expand the Secretary of Labor's authority. And finally, it clarifies that no changes are being made to ERISA Section 404, which contains fiduciary obligations of prudence and loyalty. Finally, thanks goes to the ESOP Association for working tirelessly to advance a solution on stock valuation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the A&S and to support the Retire Through Ownership Act. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any members who wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from Georgia, for what purpose do you seek to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to speak in support of the amendment in the nature of substitute.
You're recognized.
Thank you very much. This bill would provide clarity for employee stock ownership plans, ESOPs, and I am proud to support the bill that is sponsored by my colleague, Mr. Allen, from the great state of Georgia. There is so much more that we can do here in Congress to ensure that every American has enough to retire and has access to a retirement plan that actually works for them. The SAFER Act is one of the bills that I was able to get signed into law as part of the Secure 2.0 with a former member of this committee, Mr. Schmucker. Helps people escape domestic violence by allowing them to access their funds from their retirement plans without having to pay a hefty penalty fee. This was a change that makes a real difference in people's lives. It's something that I'm incredibly proud of, but the only way that someone can take advantage of it is if they have a retirement plan to begin with. The Congressional Research Service put out a report earlier this year showing that almost half of all Americans have no savings retirement accounts at all. And as our population continues to age, this is going to be a serious, serious problem. Social Security, as great as it is, was never meant to be America's sole retirement plan. But that is the unfortunate reality for most of the population, or at least half of our population here in the United States. I do look forward to working in a bipartisan way to ensure that every American has access to a retirement account that will give them the peace of mind that they won't have to unexpectedly go back to work when they're in their 70s or their 80s. The peace of mind that they won't have to spend time that they want to be spending time at home with their grandkids or their husband or wife, going back to work, working for minimum wage because that's the only job that they could get. So I encourage all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill. I look forward to doing so much more to support ESOPs and Americans hoping to retire with the dignity and the respect that they truly deserve. And I yield.
Thank you, Ms. McBath. For what purposes does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You are recognized, Ms. Adams.
Thank you. I do want to speak in favor of H.R. 5169, the Retire Through Ownership Act. Employee stock ownership plans, or ESOPs, provide working people with an equity stake in their workplace. And so the system improves employee retention. It helps to address racial and gender-based wealth gaps. In August, I had the pleasure of visiting an ESOP company in my district, and I heard from countless workers who told me that while having a share in their workplace is really meaningful to them. Having a stake in their workplace provides my constituents with a share of the wealth that they help create every day and guarantees retirement income. For decades, ESOP fiduciaries have faced unclear guidance on how to appraise privately and held company stock. And after decades of uncertainty, the Retire Through Ownership Act allows planned fiduciaries to rely on existing IRS guidance when valuing company stock. Almost 15 million workers rely on ESOP. They rely on these plans for their retirement, which is why both enforcement of regular law and regulatory clarity are necessary to expand this valuable program while ensuring that workers are protected from bad actors. The Retire Through Ownership Act will encourage the creation of new ESOPs without compromising protections for employers. It is a common sense bipartisan bill. I'm happy to support it. It provides a simple fix for decades-long problems that allows the Department of Labor to pursue additional rulemaking if it is needed. Mr. Chair, I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to second last word. An employee stock ownership plan, or an ESOP, is a retirement plan that is designed to invest primarily in the stock of the sponsoring employer, thus providing employees with an equity stake in the company for which they work. According to the National Center for Employee Ownership, there are over 6,500 ESOPs in the United States, covering about 15 million participants. ESOPs can provide valuable retirement benefits to employees. There are many examples of successful ESOPs in all of our districts, and ESOPs have bipartisan support in Congress. However, in an ESOP, employees' retirement savings are largely invested in employer stock. So if a company goes out of business, employees could lose their jobs as well as a potential sizable amount of their retirement savings. So it's important that EPSA be appropriately funded and staffed to ensure that ESOPs comply with the law. This is also imperative that ESOPs adhere to ERISA rules, particularly when it comes to valuation and purchase of an employer stock, to ensure that workers are getting a fair deal. This is called, quote, adequate consideration, and the term is defined in ERISA as the fair market value of the asset is determined in good faith by the trustee or named fiduciary pursuant to the terms of a plan and in accordance with regulations promulgated by the Secretary. Now, while there was a proposed rule to define adequate consideration back in 1988, it was never finalized. And similarly, the Biden administration proposed an adequate consideration regulation in January, but it, along with other agency regulations, was pulled back by the Trump administration in January. In the absence of the regulation, the stakeholder community is looking for further guidance from Congress on the guidelines that could be used to establish the valuation for employer stock. H.R. 5169, the Retirement Through Ownership Act, permits an ESOP to rely in good faith on an independent valuation if that valuation relies on the Internal Revenue Service's long-standing guidelines on valuing the fair market value of private businesses. The Senate counterpart of the bill, which was introduced by bipartisan Senators Marshall of Kansas and my colleague from Virginia, Tim Kaine, was unanimously approved by the Senate Help Committee in July. I appreciate that Chairman Wahlberg and the bill's author, Mr. Allen, introduced language in the amendment of nature as a substitute, clarifying that the Labor Department retains the authority to promulgate future regulations around adequate consideration and affirmatively stating that ERISA's fiduciary responsibilities and protections still apply. With this language, the bill aligns with its Senate counterpart that was unanimously approved by the Senate Help Committee. With those changes, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. For what purposes the gentlelady, Ms. Bonamici from Oregon, seek to be recognized?
I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of H.R. 5169 amendment in the nature of a substitute.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in favor of this amendment in the nature of a substitute and thank Mr. Allen for bringing this forward. Retirement security is something I hear about all across Northwest Oregon in the district I'm honored to represent. And employee stock ownership plans, or ESOPs, are one way of providing more security for people who desperately want that and need it in today's economic world. Over the summer, I was able to visit with Woodfold Manufacturing in Forest Grove, Oregon, a great company that is an ESOP, and I heard, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, about what that means for the company and retention and security for the employees. Bob's Red Mill, also a company in Oregon that's been an ESOP for years. This model is something that really provides an incentive for people to stay with a company, to benefit from the work that they do overall. And I agree that we can do more to support ESOPs, but today this is a step in the right direction. I just wanted to mention, I agree with Ranking Member Scott about how we have to have those employee protections and make sure that we're funding appropriately the regulatory bodies. But for now, this is a step in the right direction, a bipartisan step in the right direction, and I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5169, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to the consideration of amendments. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5169. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. I like that sound. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Thank you for the committee's attention to these bills today. Pursuant to previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess. Subject to the call of the chair, we expect to reconvene promptly at 3 p.m. For votes. Thank you. So the committee now stands in recess. While we're waiting for some Judiciary and Foreign Affairs people to show up, you might want to take your voting clicker and We'll call the committee back into session, and as we said earlier, if you want to make sure you hit the on button on your voting card there, it may have gone off for some of you who hit it earlier on. That will keep us all on track. I hereby move that the committee report the bill H.R. 1723 to the House of Representatives with amendment and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. Recorder vote has been requested. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote aye.
Ranking member tends to vote no.
Clerk will open the board. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded?
Mr. Goffman's coming in.
That was done just to wake you up, okay? Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 19 yeas and 16 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 1723 as amended, and the accompanying material shall be transmitted to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I hereby move that the committee report the bill H.R. 2958 to the House of Representatives with amendment and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote aye.
Ranking member tends to vote no.
Please open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 19 yeas and 16 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 2958 as amended, and the accompanying material shall be transmitted to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I hereby move that the committee report the bill H.R. 2844 to the House of Representatives with amendment and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. Recorder vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote aye.
Ranking member tends to vote no.
Please open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 19 yeas and 16 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 2844 as amended, and the accompanying materials shall be transmitted to the House of Representatives. The chair notes that for the record that a quorum is present. I hereby move that the committee report the bill H.R. 2869 to the House of Representatives with amendment and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote aye.
Ranking member tends to vote no.
Please open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 19 yeas and 16 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 2869 as amended, and the accompanying materials shall be transmitted to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that the quorum is present. I hereby move that the committee report the bill H.R. 3495 to the House of Representatives with amendment, and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and that bill do pass. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. In the opinion, okay. All opposed, no?
No.
Do you want to do it again?
No.
Okay. In the opinion of chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote aye.
Ranking member intends to vote no.
Please open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 19 yeas and 16 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 3495 as amended, and the accompanying material shall be transmitted to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I hereby move that the committee report the bill H.R. 5169 to the House of Representatives with amendment and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Does anyone request a record vote?
Yes.
Recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote aye.
The ranking member intends to vote aye.
Please open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 35 yeas and no nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 5169 as amended, and the accompanying material shall be transmitted to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to today's bills without objection so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority additional, or dissenting views. Without objection so ordered. Without objection, any members who wish to insert materials into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. If there's no further business before the committee, without objection, I say thank you to the committee members on both sides for your work. And without objection, the committee stands adjourned.